All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-005. That is the City of Lansing versus Christopher Nagy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, sir. Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ashton Gallagher, trained on behalf of Mr. Nagy, who is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Christopher, I have Christopher Nagy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a City of Lansing final pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, we may need to set to go to trial. I'll defer to defense counsel on that.
All right, Mr. Nagy.
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Nagy would like.
All right, so we want to set for jury trial? We'll set for jury trial on, I think we've got a date in
August 27th.
Okay, so it's August 27th at 8:15. And jury trial briefs will be due the week before,
I'm
okay?
sorry, Judge, I gave you the wrong date.
All right. We're gonna get a new date.
September 30th.
September 3rd at 8:15. Jury instructions will be due to the court a week before. And then we do a Friday rule in this court. So the Friday before, we'll know if there's you'll have to contact the court to let us know if it's actually going or not by Tuesday. It's Friday at 4, I think. Friday before at 4. 3 o'clock Friday before. That's the rule that they've imposed. So with that understanding, September 3rd at 8:15. Anything else for the record in docket 2401-005, Mr. Gehring?
Not for the city, Your Honor.
You're from the Kuntz Law Firm.
Yes, I am. Gallagher trained.
Yeah, Gallagher trained. Anything else, Ms. Gallagher trained?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Nagy, we'll see you on that September 3rd date, okay? Thank you.
We have a notice for you in a second. Okay.
All right, Mr. Gehring, where did you want to go? We've got Mr. Joe, somebody under the moniker of Joseph.
Is I muted? Do they hear me on mute?
They can hear you. But you can't hear them. Okay, thank you. I just need to put
All
in
right, so Mr. Williams, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Ms. Sutter, all right, sir? You have to unmute. Levante Williams. You'll get a prompt to go to room 1, but you'll have to unmute.
All right, yes, sir.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna send you to room 1, and then your public defender will be joining you in just a minute.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So what am I? No. It's not the Monday. I don't know. What just
Mr. Joseph, the courtroom can hear everything you're saying, so you might want to mute.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're on the record in dockets 24-01919. That's the city of Lansing versus Aaron Pfeiffer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Blackman.
Fred Blackman on behalf of Mr. Pfeiffer, you standing to my right at podium.
And sir, you are Aaron Pfeiffer, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that we are going to ask for an adjournment in this matter to allow for the substitution of counsel that's occurred, get some discovery documents out, and maybe get a substance abuse assessment going.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Blackman?
All three of those things are true, Judge. We sent July 24th a step in order to the Public Defender's Office and we've called them on several times to get it signed, to get it here. I haven't gotten any response at this point, but I'll stay on that, Judge, and I'm going to have an alcohol assessment.
All right. All right, so we'll adjourn for the substitution of counsel to go through and discovery and further negotiations. And we'll reset this. How far out are we looking? 2 to 4 weeks?
Yeah, Judge, I just sent something to Judge Buchanan on 9/3.
September 3rd? I think we have a jury trial that date, although we can probably. All right, so 9/3 at 9 o'clock. All right, September 3rd at 9 o'clock for adjournment. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01919, Mr. Gary?
Not for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Blackman?
Not on our behalf, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Then Miss Brown. All right, Miss Brown, you can come up here. I have all this stuff on this.
I think you should have.
I have 2. I have child restraints. A bunch of little ones. Hold on. I have. A 5.
I counted 5 yesterday.
No. All right, so we're on the record on 5. It looks like 5 tickets, 24-2251, 5253, 71, and 72. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And ma'am, you are Janetta Brown, is that correct? Yes, sir. Right, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct? No. All right, and I think a couple of these are misdemeanors. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
So Ms. Brown, you have several options today. Because I do think a couple of these are misdemeanors. There are some civil infractions here, but a couple of these are misdemeanors. So you could apply to the public defender's office. What's that? And
no response from the defense.
all right, so you did apply to the public defender's office, and we don't have a response from the public defender's office at this time. Did you ever hear from them?
I heard from a lady that called me. I couldn't hardly talk to her because I was at work. And she told me that I had to be at court at 9 o'clock
You had to be
on Zoom,
Oh,
making sure that I knew that I had to be at court.
all right, so let's check with the public defender's office to see. So go ahead and have a seat, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna check with the public defender's office to see if they're representing you or not today. Because we don't know yet. If not, maybe if they have an application from you, you should apply. A couple of these are misdemeanors, so you should have representation, but you have to meet their financial status. And if you don't meet their financial status, then you'll be representing yourself, okay? So let's wait and see what they have to say, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and stand by on that one. And it's how do you spell your last name?
Gerring.
I-N-G, Gearing. All right, and I don't know if you have anything else, because the rest seem like public defender cases.
I believe they all are.
Yeah.
Your Honor. I mean, there are some impropers here and there throughout the day, but
All
I don't
right.
think we have anything ready to go on those right now.
All right. So just let me know.
Will do.
Joseph. Let's see what public defender says on.
I actually need to play my game on the public side.
Representing.
Yeah, so when Miss Sarah gets back, because there's a ton of them that look like applied, but we don't have anything on them. And I know that they've been having some for staff technical.
That's fine.
You want me to come get more?
Let's hang tight for a couple minutes and then
Not sure.
I think the Sutter's
Yeah,
still
that
in
makes
the.
sense.
And then the yes.
Right. Yeah,
Spring Street.
I have not.
Yeah, we got. Yeah. Maybe. I'll be out in just a second.
What's the agenda? No?
We're doing other people on that.
Okay. set for pretrial. This is a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I will defer to Counsel Sutter on their requesting forward.
Okay, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand this is a final pretrial. We've been here in the past. Ms. King has been made an offer to achieve compliance in this matter and have some kind of an offer made to her. She is very, very close to reaching compliance. If it's possible for the court to adjourn this one last time for her to do that, we respectfully request the court consider that for her.
All right. So Ms. King, we're down to the final time. All right, because this has been going adjournment for 45 days, adjournment for 30 days, adjournment for compliance issues. So, but it looks like you're close, right? All right. So I'm gonna adjourn for a final adjournment. This is a licensing issue, so I understand it takes some time. And I can give you 30 days.
Pretty please.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
30 days at the end. That'll give you about 4 months in general that we're working on. But if you don't have it next time, we're stuck. All right. All right. So adjournment for compliance purposes to about 30 days out. August 27th at 9 o'clock. All right, Ms. King. So August 27th at 9 o'clock, this is adjourned to. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2837531, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing for the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. King, you're all set. We'll see you on August 27th. All right, ma'am?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. And then Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's Mr. Levante. All right, Levante.
Give me 1 second. He might have gone in the hallway.
All right.
He's on Zoom, Your Honor. I apologize.
It is. You were in a breakout room, but that was about 5 clients ago, so you're good. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01661. That is the City of Lansing versus Levante Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearing today on behalf of Mr. Williams, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Levante Williams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Williams?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I think we've reached an arrangement here for an adjournment of 30 days in order to allow Mr. Williams to get into a driving class. I'll turn it over to Ms. Sutter for any more.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is indeed, Your Honor.
All right. So adjourn for 30 days for compliance issues and for negotiations to continue. And that's a fair statement, Mr. Williams. We're going to adjourn for 30 days so that you can seek some compliance. My understanding is the driving class.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll reset for
August 27th.
All right, we've reset for August 27th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24-01661, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Williams, we'll see you on that August 27th date. You should be all set.
All right, thank you.
Anyone go on, Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if but let's try. We've got, so let's go on Peterson. That we're probably gonna have to reschedule.
Yeah, I was, one, not aware that he was in custody. Two, he requires a deaf translator, and my ASL is very bad.
Yeah. All right. And is that post 1 or post 2? Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-01938. That is City of Lansing versus William Peterson. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Peterson, who's joining us via Polycom.
And sir, you are William Peterson, is that correct?
And Your Honor, just for the record, I'll state, Mr. Peterson is deaf, so I don't think he can hear us.
All right.
How did we get a ring? My understanding from the notes is that they had an ESL interpreter.
He's been up here before.
Yeah, he has
He's
been
just
up
hard
here.
of hearing. I don't see where we use language line or an interpreter. Was requested.
He was in, the magistrate arraigned him. I do not see a. But we do know that that is Mr. Peterson, is that right?
It is,
Yes.
Your Honor.
You're confident with that?
It
Because
is.
I'm, yeah,
Yeah, I have seen Mr. Peterson before. I'm confident that's
all
him.
right. So I'll leave it to council to talk to him. We're just gonna adjourn for an ASL and have him brought over live. And I think that's the safest thing to do.
I agree.
All right, so let's adjourn this pretrial for the ASL interpreter. And then let's go ahead and hold that live. Let's do that live. So we'll bring him over. He's on a 5,010% at this time. So
Yes, Your Honor.
yeah, that's, or 510% from the magistrate. But we definitely need him live in that. So that's a live hearing for the pretrial with ASL interpreter. And I think we can do that 2 weeks out. They need longer than 2 weeks for ASL. What's typical for the interpreter?
I believe it's 2 weeks.
All right.
This might be a little glitchy since the defendant didn't make the request. I'm not sure what else. Administration needs. I will work on that.
Yeah,
But this other, if we need anything else,
Yeah.
but let's do August 13th at 9 a.m.
August 13th at 9 a.m. That's kind of interesting that the defendant would make the request when the attorney needs to communicate with the defendant.
Yeah.
That you think that the attorney would make the request because they're the one who's lacking in communication. Regardless, let's reset and have the interpreter here because Ms. Sutter needs to talk to her client, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll reset for August 13th at 9 o'clock. And I'll have you explain that to Mr. Peterson as best you can, all right? You might have to write that down for him, I don't know, or
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
because I know he's responded in the past, but
Yeah.
things
I-
change via Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a good set of lungs on me if you want me to really yell at him, but I don't know if anybody wants that.
Mr. Peterson, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna adjourn this matter for an ASL interpreter and Ms. Sutter will explain to you some of the specifics, all right?
Okay.
All right. All right, so we'll adjourn to August 13th at 9 o'clock for the pretrial and we'll do that live on docket 2101-938. Anything else, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. I realize it might be a second late. You said August 13th.
Yes.
He has a 54B court date that same day.
Let's see. We'll know where he's gonna be. He's gonna be in 54B.
Right, yeah, he has a 10 a.m. hearing there.
All right, let's reset that so we don't have a conflict. Because they obviously had set theirs before we had set ours.
Right.
So let's go a week, probably a week later with a interpreter.
I mean, as defense counsel, my only hesitancy there is that it's keeping him in custody even longer.
Yeah, it is, but I don't know how to do it sooner with the interpreter. Yeah, because that's less than 2. That's not giving us enough time to get the interpreter.
So August 20th at 9.
So same week, August 20, I'll let you explain that to him at 9. I don't know what's going on in the 54B case.
That's an ordinance case as well.
All right, so I don't know if he's gonna be in custody on that or not.
It's not that file keeping it in. He has a felony file here in 54B.
All right, so that maybe he's in anyway.
That's through August 1st.
Yeah. Oh, is it really?
He has a preliminary examination on the 1st.
All right, let us know. We've set that date just to get the interpreter here, and then let us know on the August 1st date. My other concern is he does have a fail to appear previously, and if there is if there's a ASL problem or a hearing impaired problem, I don't know that he's getting notice properly. So, all right, so we've reset for August 20th because we can't set it sooner because we have interpreter problem. But we'll set it for August 20th, and I'll allow Ms. Sutter, you can talk to him about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so that's all for the record on that file. Is Mr. Gwynn here? Because we have the interpreter here.
If you would allow me to call the hallway, Your Honor, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's that's instead what that's what from the red full law. That's his first.
That's his first name.
Oh.
Hal Gwynn, I think. Have you had the, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to speak with him. And the interpreter's online.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wynn is being handled by Mr. Lee today. I can go find him.
Okay.
Otherwise, I have a couple other folks at the 9:30s.
All right, all right.
Mr. Lee is in a breakout room with Casey emails right now.
So let's put. Well, Mr. Lee's gonna have to communicate with his client, and they're gonna need the interpreter.
Right.
So we'll put them, when Mr. Lee's ready, we'll put them all in a breakout room. But since the interpreter is here, let's do that as soon as we can.
Okay.
I'll tell Mr. Lee the same.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Who do we have at 9:30, Ms. Sutter?
Ms. Booth and Ms. Brown are ready.
Oops.
Yes, Jack. And Your Honor, there was a police report emailed to Ms. Holden and Ms. Slaviak for no contest.
All right. So if we can print out the.
So I don't think it's sent.
It's from John Lee. I don't
think I get it. She might have got it, but I didn't get it. Did you get it?
Did you get the email from John?
No.
I got something that I can't open. He sent it as a locked file.
Okay. Maybe we can do Ms. Brown and all.
All right, let's do Ms. Brown and I'll put that up there. All right, Ms. Brown. That is Kanika Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Sorry.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00069. That is people in the state of Michigan versus Kanika Brown. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gary.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Brown, who is standing to my right.
Ma'am, you are Kanika Brown, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how we proceed?
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement, I believe, to drop 3 of the issues before you today, the plate, the insurance, and registration.
Sorry, Kanika Brown, that's the other one.
Excuse me, I get these 2 Browns. You do it one time, and
Right.
it will not straighten back
No,
out.
you're fine.
Let's see, so, this is one, Your Honor, where I think we have reached an agreement where we're gonna take this down to an impaired.
All right. So is that, this is a driving an offense, is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. So this is amended count. So this is the amended count 1. Of operating while impaired. And that is is that the same 93 and 500
Your Honor, it is.
or less than that?
Operating while impaired is 93 days and or $300.
300. And what's the pack code for that? Because this is charged under the controlled substance.
Correct.
And what was the question, Your Honor?
The pack code for impaired.
Your Honor, that is MCL 257.625, parents 3.
All right. All right, and that's your understanding, Ms. Sutter. It is a plea to the amended count of impaired 93 days and or $300 pursuant to the pack code that you just gave me.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights on this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Brown, you understand that this is a misdemeanor case and it's punishable by 93 days in jail and or $300 under the impaired operating while impaired statute. You understand that, ma'am? All right, you have the following rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent or proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing at jury trial. Do you understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, to give up the claim, the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, which is the plea to the impaired versus the controlled substance, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the operating while impaired?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right, we're gonna bring your attention back to this August 5th. August 5th at the Pennsylvania and East Michigan Avenue in the city of Lansing. Were you driving a motor vehicle open to the general public on August 5th, 2023 at Pennsylvania and East Michigan Avenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Sutter, did you want to do the factual basis for the actual count or for the impaired?
My preference is for the actual count,
Okay.
or for the, I'm sorry, the impaired.
All right. And did you later learn that you had your ability to operate the motor vehicle was impaired at the time that you were operating the vehicle on, or do you admit to being impaired, which I think is by definition 0.08, but I don't think it is.
There's no requirement for blood alcohol content in the impaired statute.
Right.
It's, do you mind if I, Your Honor?
You may ask.
Your Honor, so you previously answered that you were driving a vehicle at that time, correct? And you, at that time, did you learn or observe that your driving was impaired by your consumption of some kind of substance? Yes, and I believe that satisfies the impaired statute.
All right. So ma'am, the indication day is that your driving was impaired at the time you were operating on the date and time. All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing from Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we'll refer to probation. So what's going to happen, ma'am, is what they're going to do is they're going to prepare a report for me, go down, be as candid with them as possible, and we're going to see what options are available to us at sentencing, okay?
Okay.
All right. Probation's on the 5th floor. Go there. They'll either set up an appointment or see you right now, and we'll have a sentencing date of
September 24th.
September 24th at 1:30. The whole purpose of this is to make sure that this doesn't happen again. All right.
Okay.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing, and then I'll see you on September 24th. All right. Okay. Nico Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then you had one more.
There's Ms. Booth, Your Honor, but I'm gonna go try and figure out that
All
police
right.
report.
All right.
So, thank God.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Because,
So
and you
Jay's
can, if
looking.
you can see if Mr. Lee, right, the interpreter's right here.
The interpreter's not joining.
So,
Yeah, she's already.
so what room is that? Let's see.
I'm trying to get him in breakout room 3.
So Mr. Gilchrist, you should get a prompt to, there you go.
That's all I needed.
I don't know who Mr. Witt is.
He's under the 9:30 at the bottom, looks like. I'm sorry.
So Mr. Witt, you have a question?
Yeah.
Christopher Witt, you have a question? You can ask your question. Mr. Witt, you have a question?
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to,
You just muted yourself. So we can't hear you if you're muted.
sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
I can.
I was just trying to make sure that I was in the right place, Your Honor.
You are. You're in absolute right place. You're scheduled for 9:30. Are you represented by counsel today? All right. So Mr. Witt, you're not represented today?
I tried for a public defender, Your Honor, and they denied me.
All right. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and put that on the record, and then we'll see how Mr. Witt wants to proceed. Let me grab that. Okay, so we're on the record in docket 2401-899. That's the city of Lansing versus Christopher Witt. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Christopher Witt, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Witt, it's my understanding you've made application to the public defender's office, but it was denied, and therefore you do not have representation today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to go forward? Did you want to seek your own counsel and retaining attorney, or did you want to meet with the assistant city attorney concerning this file?
I would like to try to meet with the city attorney, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Gehring, would you be amenable to meeting with Mr. Witt concerning this file, and we can go from there? It's all on the record, so he understands he's not represented.
Yes, Your Honor, that'd be fine.
All right. So, Mr. Witt, when Mr. Gehring's able to join us, we're going to place you in a breakout room with him, and we'll go from there. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm in the breakout room.
All right. We have an assistant. We have the deputy assistant attorney ready, and we'll go ahead and put you in room. So that is. Let's put you in room 4. And Miss Lawrence, and I'll put Miss Lawrence in room 4.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set.
Receiving the command or we go.
Thank you. 8/12 at 9 a.m.
All right, Mr. Van Noller, are you there? You can unmute.
This is a note for you.
Yeah, I'm here.
I have your date of hearing is August 12th, not today.
It says the 30th.
It says
It
that,
was,
because I don't have you on the docket today. I have you on
It
the
was-
docket for August 12th.
it says Tuesday at 7:30 or Tuesday 7:30 24 at 9:30 a.m. It was supposed to be a walk-in trial, but I actually moved to Florida. So then they put it on a Zoom, but they never gave me a different date.
I think I know what's going on. I think he missed a hearing and the court perhaps scheduled a walk-in arraignment for him, but then the court reset to the 12th.
I know.
And I think he's missing a paper somewhere in between.
Right.
When he was arraigned, the clerks gave him the wrong date, so the clerks had to schedule. And it looks like there was some
Not the new notice yet.
confusion going forward. He missed his appointment, it looks like on July 29th, but we weren't sure if he had noticed. So we reset it for August 12th.
All right.
That's what his notes say.
Yeah, there was some question whether you received proper notice of today, which you obviously did. It has been reset to August 12th, okay?
August 12th at what time?
At what time?
9 a.m.
And have you should receive a second notice to that. I just want to make sure you get it, but we can do it right. You can get the written notice, but I want to make sure it's August 12th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Van Noller, so you can take off. I know you need to go to work. But August 12th at 9 a.m. is the rescheduled date.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Good.
Twenty-four, 251, 252, 253, 71, and 72. That is the City of Lansing versus Janetta Brown. Appearances once again for the record, Mr. Garrett.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Janetta Marciella Brown.
And ma'am, you are Janetta Brown, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on various misdemeanor and civil infractions. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe we have an agreement in principle to drop the plate insurance and registration issues.
All right, I have the drive an unregistered vehicle and no plates are dismissed. And then in regards to the child restraint, which is 7152, so 7172 and 52, how are we proceeding?
My understanding that she will plead guilty to that charge.
All right, so child restraint is a civil infraction. Civil infraction, no insurance. Okay, so those are the three civil infractions.
Correct. There's three.
Okay.
52 is the no insurance.
All right.
Okay.
And then, all right, and then Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for the child restraint law, which is 24L2872271, the civil infraction, the civil infraction of use of a handless wireless communications while operating a motor vehicle. I haven't seen that yet. That's 2428722272. And then the no insurance under 24L2872252. You'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client for those three. And the court will be dismissing the no plate and the unregistered vehicle, which is 2251 and 2253. Is that your understanding?
No, Your Honor. My understanding is that the insurance would be dismissed as well. She'll be accepting responsibility for the handheld device and the child restraint.
Mr. Gehring.
That is correct. Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right. And the ultimate penalty, the civil infraction for violation of restraint law is, what is that, 130? I've got to look that up.
I'm trying to figure out which cases, which cases.
I can give you that one. 24L2872271. Just so you know the penalties of the civil infractions. 24L2872271. That's 135. And then on 24L2872272, that's the text message. That's that one. It's got to be close, but
220.
220. All right, so the ultimate penalty civil infraction for child restraint is 135. For the handheld wireless device, it's 220, are both civil infractions. The other three counts will be dismissed. Other three files will be dismissed. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and you'll be admitting responsibility on behalf of your client for those two civil infractions. That's correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll go back to the same ticket. Do you admit responsibility for Miss Janetta Brown? She was operating in the city of Lansing on Jolly for violation of admit responsibility for violation of the child restraint law while operating a motor vehicle and use of a handheld wireless communications while operating a motor vehicle. Do you admit responsibility for both of those civil infractions, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right. So between the two, it's over $300. Does your client need some time to make those payments to the city of Lansing?
She would like to make a payment plan, Your Honor.
All right. All right. How much time do you think we're needing? 90 days, 100? It's about $300 to the city of Lansing. And I'll let you set your own payment plan. I'm looking at an out date of maybe 4 months.
I can try, but I have probation that I'm doing payment plan on and tax credit that I'm doing payment plans on.
Okay,
So,
so 5 months?
yeah,
Okay,
if it's lesser, you guys will know.
but you can always pay it before, all right? But we'll give you an outside date. So 5 months. So we'll set it for December 27th. To the city of Lansing. That'll both be on the $135 and the $220. Let's start it this way and then. And this will allow you to set your own payment plan, all right? So they're gonna put these two together and you can go there. You have till December 27th to pay it off, all right? What I would pay towards it, whatever you're comfortable with, knowing that it's all gotta be paid off by December 27th. If it's not, then you'll just end up in a show cost cycle, which means a bench warrant will be issued for you. So you wanna avoid that, right?
I'm not coming back.
All right, so let's avoid all that. And you don't want to be present with a warrant out for you. So by December 27th, pay it all off. All right, ma'am. But you can set up your own plan.
What?
What's that?
How much is it?
It'll be 220 plus 135, which will be 355.
355?
Yeah, I can double check my math, but 355 by December 27th. All right. Okay. All right. And then the other three will be dismissed pursuant to the plea negotiations. Anything else for the record, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance. And let's do Mr. Gwynn because we've had the interpreter here for a minute. All right, Mr. Gilchrist, you're here on the Gwynn matter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. And then we'll proceed. And then just let me know if we get going a little too fast or anything along those lines. So we'll all slow down because we forget sometimes that you're there. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God, under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'll give you a second to, once we call the case. So we're on the record in docket 24-00476. That is the city of Lansing versus Howe Gwynn.
Dạ,
Go ahead, sir.
dạ, thẩm phán thông báo là cái tên của anh và là hồ sơ của anh. Bây giờ thì tới của anh đây.
Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Công tố
And
viên
Mr.
Joe
Lee.
Gehring đại
Assistant-
diện cho thành phố.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Howe Van Nguyen.
Còn luật sư Lee là đại diện cho anh.
This is the time set for a city of Lansing free trial.
Thời điểm này là được chỉ định cho thành phố lên tham gia phiên tòa cho anh.
Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, I believe we have a tentative arrangement to amend the charge in this matter down to impaired.
Okay.
Dạ, thành phố đã chấp nhận cái sự thương lượng với anh.
So we will amend. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll amend count 1 to operating while impaired.
Như vậy là thẩm phán đồng ý để giảm cái độ nghiêm trọng của sự tố cáo đối với
And my
cái việc là
understanding-
lái xe.
And my understanding is that's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $300.
Theo ông hiểu là đó là anh sẽ bị coi là cái lỗi xin lỗi tội phạm nhẹ dưới 90 ngày và dưới $300 là mức trừng phạt. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his advice of misdemeanor rights on the plea to the operating while impaired?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Dạ, luật sư công nhận là anh đã hiểu những điều kiện về sự thuận lượng khi họ giảm cái độ nghiêm trọng của tội phạm.
Right. So, sir, you have the following rights, and you have the right during trial to be tried by a jury.
Anh có một số quyền lợi khi nếu như anh ra tòa trong phiên tòa là anh có thể được quyết định về sự việc có tội hay không trước mặt của Bộ Thẩm đoàn.
You have the right to be presumed innocent till proven guilty.
Anh có quyền lợi được coi là vô tội trước khi tuyên án là anh có tội.
You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty.
Anh có quyền lợi là phải có công tố viên đưa ra bằng chứng là chứng minh là anh có tội trước khi có tuyên án là anh có tội.
You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial.
Anh có quyền lợi là những nhân chứng mà chống lại anh trong vụ này có thể trước mặt trong phiên tòa nếu như anh muốn như vậy.
You have the right to have those witnesses questioned.
Anh cũng có quyền lợi là có những nhân chứng đó phải trả lời những câu hỏi.
You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city.
Anh có quyền lợi được công tố viên John Lee đại diện cho anh, và nếu như ra tòa thì ông sẽ có những câu hỏi với những nhân chứng đó chống lại thành phố dùm anh.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense.
Anh cũng có quyền nếu anh cần để tòa án sẽ ra lệnh cho những nhân chứng là hỗ trợ cho phía anh phải có mặt trong phiên tòa luôn.
You have the right to remain silent during the trial.
Anh có quyền là giữ im lặng trong phiên tòa nếu muốn.
You have the right not to have that silence used against you.
Anh cũng có quyền là nếu như anh quyết định chọn im lặng trong phiên tòa thì chính việc là anh giữ im lặng không phải là bằng chứng để chống lại anh.
And you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify.
Anh cũng có quyền lợi nếu anh muốn đứng lên đưa ra những lời khai trước mặt thẩm phán thì trong phiên tòa anh có quyền như vậy luôn.
Please accept it. You'll give up any claim the plea was a result of any promises made other than what's been stated on the record.
Nếu như anh chấp nhận sự thương lượng giữa thành phố và luật sư của anh thì anh đang từ bỏ bất cứ lời hứa ở ngoài sự thương lượng đó.
You'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial since you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty to the amended count instead.
Nếu như anh quyết định chấp nhận sự thương lượng với thành phố thì anh sẽ từ bỏ quyền ra phiên tòa và anh sẽ phải chấp nhận là việc là anh có tội theo là quyết định trên điều kiện trong sự thương lượng.
Is it your intent today to waive your rights and plead guilty to operating while impaired?
Như vậy là anh có ý là anh sẽ từ bỏ những quyền lợi mới nói và anh sẵn sàng nhận tội trong cái vụ này không? Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to bring your attention. So please raise your right hand, sir.
Như vậy anh giờ tay phải lên anh.
There you go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
Anh có hứa không?
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Anh sẽ khai sự thật, chỉ có sự thật.
Under the penalty of perjury.
Là nếu không thì anh sẽ bị trừng phạt là đã khai giả mạo. Anh có đồng ý không? Agreed.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring your attention back to October 26th of 2023.
Ông nhờ anh suy nghĩ tới ngày 26 tháng 10 năm 2023.
And were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public on Martin Luther King on Allegan Street?
Có phải là lúc đó thì anh đang lái xe ở ngoài những con đường công cộng ở vùng của đường ngã tư Martin Luther King và Allegan không? Yes, Allegan, yes.
All right. And at the time you were operating the motor vehicle, did you learn at that time or learn later that you were operating while impaired, that your driving was impaired at that time?
Lúc thời điểm đó anh đã phát hiện ra hoặc là lúc đó hoặc là lúc khác là hồi đó là anh đang lái xe khi bị ảnh hưởng do bia rượu không?
Có lái xe có uống rượu.
Yes, I was driving after having after using alcohol, beer. All right. How about, and just to clarify, later your blood alcohol level was indicated that you learned later that it was a 0.15.
Một thời gian sau đó thì anh đã được cho biết là mức độ cồn trong máu là 115, đúng không anh?
Uống biết nhưng mà uống mình đâu biết cái độ nó bao nhiêu.
I'm not aware of the amount. I wasn't aware of the exact level.
All right.
Though I knew I had been drinking.
I think the admission of the impaired while operating is sufficient. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Guerin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to operating while impaired while driving to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I think we have to refer this to probation, because for the assessment, but they're gonna have to set something up. So we'll refer to probation.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and interpret that.
Tóm lại là ông thẩm phán thấy là có đủ cơ sở để nghĩ là anh đã biết là anh đang lái xe hỏi là anh sau khi anh say rượu, anh đã chấp nhận như vậy. Như vậy anh sẽ được giới thiệu với cái dịch vụ thời gian thử thách của tòa án và họ sẽ có một buổi họp đánh giá mà sẽ có ngày giờ cho việc đó xảy ra trong tương lai sắp tới.
And that'll be on one floor down, on the 5th floor on the City Hall of Lansing.
Cái cuộc họp đó sẽ diễn ra ở dưới một lầu ở dưới đây tại tòa nhà này.
And then they'll do a report and we'll see what options are available to me at sentencing.
Thì cơ quan thử thách sẽ đưa ra một báo cáo sau khi họ đánh giá anh, đưa cho thẩm phán coi là những lựa chọn đang có trong quá trình ra tiến án cho anh.
So we'll set for sentencing on September 24th at 1:30.
Ngày giờ đưa ra tiến án cho anh sẽ là ngày 24 tháng 9 lúc 1:30 chiều.
I don't know how probation is going to do this, how they'll set it up, but they'll need an interpreter and so what they'll do is they'll probably set it up for an appointment. Yeah.
Chắc là sẽ có cuộc hẹn với thông dịch viên cùng với nhân viên của cơ quan đưa ra chương trình thử thách cho anh để có thể tiến hành cái cuộc đánh giá đó.
Right. So I would recommend is going down to the 5th floor, indicating that you need an interpreter. It's a Vietnamese interpreter. Is that correct? And then they'll set an appointment.
Đề nghị sau khi làm xong hôm nay thì anh xuống lầu 5 nói với họ là anh đang cần thông dịch viên cho ngài gặp người nhân viên trong dịch vụ thử thách cho anh có cuộc đánh giá đó với thông dịch viên tiếng Việt. Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2400476, Mr. Guerin?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
Hai bên
So
đồng ý
you're
là
all
không
set.
có gì để nói nữa.
Go down to probation on the 5th floor and we'll see you on that September 24th date. All right, sir?
Và bây giờ thì anh xuống lầu 5 để làm việc với cái bình thử thách nha. rồi 21 tháng 9 sẽ gặp lại.
All right, you're all set. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr.
Xong
Gilchrist, for
rồi.
your assistance.
Vậy
Thank
cái
you,
giấy
sir.
vàng này nó cho mình là cái gì đây?
Will there be a paper given to me by the court so that if I'm allowed to drive, that I'll be able to have that to show that to the officers if I get pulled over?
Right now, it's your license is suspended, and then talk to your probation agent.
Hiện tại thì bằng lái của anh bị đình chỉ, nhưng mà khi anh gặp cái dịch vụ thử thách ở dưới lầu 5 thì anh có thể nói tiếp vấn đề này để anh có thể tiếp tục làm. Yeah, the interpreter just say that he's concerned about continuing to retain his employment during this time.
Right, right. Make sure, just tell him, make sure the probation agent knows everything, all his concerns.
Anh xuống lầu 5 nói lại với đại diện cho bên thử thách là anh đang cần tờ giấy đó để anh tiếp tục đi làm, thì họ sẽ cố gắng giúp cho anh nếu có thể.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Come on.
And you're all set, Mr. Gilchrist.
Thank you. Have a good sir. Good day, sir.
You too.
Goodbye.
Who are we going on next, Mr. Gearing?
You have anything, John? Ready to go right
I
now?
got Elliott Love, I got LKZ.
We're going, and we already did Brown.
Both Browns.
Both Browns.
Sorry.
All right. So do you want, let's go to Alcase.
Okay.
That's the.
I know.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24 L284332. That is City of Lansing versus Mohammed Al-Kazi. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Mohammed Al-Kazi.
And sir, you are Mohammed Al-Kazi, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe we've reached an arrangement where the Mr. Al-Kazi will plead to the charge. That's a failure to display ops charge.
All right. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
That is a fair statement.
All right. And I do believe this is on the ticket. Let me see. Yeah. All right, so we're under the misdemeanor. This is a failed display. I think it's a 90 and or 100, 90 and or 200. And that's your understanding, Mr. Al-Kazi. You'll be pleading to the misdemeanor of license, failed to display a valid license. It's the ultimate penalty is a 90-day and or $200. All right. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir? You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you're pleased accepted, you'll give up the claim. The plea was results of any promises other than we've already been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the license, failed to display a valid license. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the misdemeanor of failed to display your valid license?
Your Honor, if I could, I'd just like to note that I believe it's a $100 fine. I think you'd indicated.
It could be $100 fine.
Yeah, 90 days and $100 fine.
All right. And do the people have any objection to immediate sentencing today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And I'm assuming you're going to be asking for that, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sure.
All right. All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to February 20th of 2024 at the location of East Jolly and South Cedar. Were you operating a motor vehicle, an Audi, on East Jolly and South Cedar on February 20th, 2024? And at that time, you did not have a valid license to display?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And if there's no objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Lee, would you like to be heard on allocution?
We leave it to the court's discretion.
All right. Mr. Gehring, is there anything you'd like to say on allocution? It's as you heard, the admission is to a misdemeanor, failed to display a valid license.
To your discretion, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm gonna sentence today. I won't impose any jail time. I'm gonna do a fine of fines and costs. So we'll do a fine of $50. Cost of $50. I'll put, we went to immediate sentencing on this. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $225. And then this will be a misdemeanor on your record, sir. All right, but it's a $225 to the city of Lansing. Mr. Lee, does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
We'll do 90 days out. So you can set up your own plan, but this will be the date that it's all due, okay? So it'll be set for October, so it'll be all due October 28th. The $225 to the city of Lansing. So you can set up whatever payment you want. You can do that online, in person, or at the counter, as long as it's paid by October 28th. If not, then they'll do a show cause for you and you'll get a bench warrant status and you'll get caught in that cycle, which is not a good cycle to get caught in. All right, so it's $225 to the city of Lansing by October 28th. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2843362, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
I don't think.
Did you want to do Casey Enos is the other one, right?
Yes,
That's on, that person's here on Zoom.
yes.
It win. All right, Mr. Enos, we'll call your case. Or Miss Enos, I'm sorry. All right, and you can unmute. We're on the record in 2401454. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Casey Enos. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your
Honor. Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Casey Enos.
And ma'am, you are Casey Enos, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Miss Enos?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, this was originally charged as a high BAC 0.17. We have decided to amend that down to a 0.08 OWI.
So amend the high BAC to a regular drunk driving?
Correct, sir. My understanding, she will plead to that.
And that is a 93-day and or what's the amount for that? 500? I think it's 500. 93 days and or 500. So that will be the amended count one, which is a change from the charged offense of 180 days under 700, which is the high BAC. We'll amend it to the regular drunk driving under 93 days under $500. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Enos, that's your understanding that you'll be pleading guilty to the amended count 1 of regular drunk driving as opposed to the high BAC drunk driving.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of her misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Lee, Ms. Enos, you understand that this is a misdemeanor punishable by 93 days under $500, and you have the following trial rights that go in association with this misdemeanor, and I'll walk you through those. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the plea was a result of any promises other than we've already stated on the record that it was not your choice to plead guilty, and we'd be giving up any right, you'd be giving up any right to appeal from the plea. Since you won't be having a trial in this instance, you'll be pleading in guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the amended count of regular OUIL with an unlawful BAC?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to bring you back to December 22nd of 2023 at the offense location of North Pennsylvania Avenue in East Oakland Avenue in Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to the general public in an area open to the general public on December 22nd, 2023 at Pennsylvania Avenue and Oakland Avenue in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And did you learn on that day or later, did you learn that while driving at that time, you had a blood alcohol level of over 0.08?
I believe so.
Not at the time, but did you, since then, have you learned that you had a blood alcohol level of 0.08?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Anything, Mr. Gehring? I just went, I think I just took anything over 0.08 would be the U-ball.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing voluntarily and accurately made. And we will refer to probation. And really, statutorily, we have to refer to probation for the assessment to be done, Ms. Enos, all right?
Okay.
So you should contact the 54A probation department within the next 48 hours, all right?
Okay.
They'll set up an appointment for you to come in and they'll do a report. They'll give you where to get your assessment done. Statutorily required to get an assessment for drunk driving. And then we'll set it for sentencing date on
September 24th at 1:30.
September 24th at 1:30. So on September 24th, we'll see what options are available to us after probation does a report for the court, all right?
Okay.
But you should contact the 54A District Court Probation. They're located on the 5th floor of City Hall. You should contact them within the next 48 hours, all right?
Will do.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-01454, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You're all set. You're all set, Ms. Enos. Thank you.
Thank you.
You tell me. We can go on. We've got Miss. And then I know that we had a no contest, Ms. Sutter had a no contest.
Yes, Ms. Boost is ready, and I think we have the report
All
now.
right. All right, so let's go on booze.
Thank you, and I do have a few other folks ready after that as
All
well.
right.
What? I've never done it.
Oh, you sent it to print. I sent it to print. I didn't know if they printed or not.
No, I-
Let me see something.
This is the interpreter.
These for privilege.
Right, I'm just like, I'm just here. It's been a while.
The brown thing.
Yeah. we have this one here. And then there's a few folks who are not on camera that are on. Oh, again, it's something. And oh, Joseph.
And this was Joseph.
Oh, I could figure it out.
What's that?
Yeah, please, you're ready.
Well, somebody's got it, but it wasn't us. It's been printed, but not anywhere. That sounds like this person. I think we have it.
Get multiple. Rings, cords.
Yeah. I'm just glad we have it. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01012 and 22-01013. That is the City of Lansing versus Jacqueline Booz. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Gearland.
Joel Gearing, Your Honor, on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Booth, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Jacqueline Booz, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how we proceed?
My understanding, Your Honor, we've reached an agreement that Ms. Booth will plead no contest to the trespass in exchange for dropping the other remaining charge.
So it's a no contest plea to the trespass and a dismissal of the
False information.
false information. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor.
All right.
Hey, first, I don't know what's going on.
All right, so Ms. Booz, this is a no contest plea to the trespass. If I remember correctly, that's a 30-day and or $100.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So the ultimate penalty in this could be 30 days and or $100. Do you understand that, Ms. Booz? All right. I'm going to walk. You have some rights in this no contest plea, and I'll walk you through those misdemeanor rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Now the witnesses against you appear at trial. The questioning witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the City of Lansing. You understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have the silent used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the no contest plea was the result of any promises other than we put on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead no contest. And you'd be giving up any rights to appeal a trial since you'll be pleading no contest instead. Is that your understanding, ma'am? All right. With that understanding, the defendant will be pleading no contest. And am I correct in assuming that I'm to use the police report from provided to the court April 15th, and that's case number 225-190-3379 as a factual basis? Is that a fair statement, Mr. Gearing?
I believe it is, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So in the trespass, this all occurred in the city of Lansing. Here's 2900 Collins, City of Lansing, on April 15th, 2022. And it appears that Ms. Booz was there and was requested to leave by security and did not leave in a timely fashion. She was asked to leave more than one time and did not. Therefore, making the factual basis for the trespass in this file. Is that an accurate, any questions concerning the factual basis or the court using 225-190-3379 as a factual basis for the trespass violation of Mr. Gehring?
None, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
I'm satisfied.
All right. So I find the factual basis for the no contest plea to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Does the city have any objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Sutter?
I would request it, Your Honor, if I could be briefly heard on that.
Allocution, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Booz is someone who has pretty faithfully worked with me, kept in good communication. She is also an individual who is under a guardianship. She has very, very limited income, and she's not always in control of her own income, essentially. I would ask the court to take that in mind when assessing fines for her, and if at all possible, waive any of the discretionary fines. It's going to take her some time, quite a long time, to pay whatever the court assesses here. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Is this a continuing problem? Do we know? Has she had other trespasses?
Yeah, this is several years old. It happened, I believe, before she was under a guardianship.
22?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any issues since then or while under the current guardianship.
All right. Mr. Gehring, would you like to be heard on allocution on this matter?
I defer to you, Your Honor.
All right. This is a 2022 case, so it's 2 years old. I'm going to waive any fines and costs. What's that? All right. So I'm going to waive the crime victims' rights fee and the state fee. So this will be a misdemeanor trespass on Ms. Booz's record, but any costs associated have been waived. All right. What this means, Ms. Booz, is this: that I'm going to treat this like a first offense. All right. And so it's going to be a misdemeanor on your record. All right. But other than that, there's lower consequences. But if this happens again, then those consequences start to add up. And so avoid that. Okay. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 22-01012, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Booz, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
And then, Your Honor, I don't know if the court's willing, we do have a translator here for Mr. Idris, although I have not seen Mr. Idris here.
So let's go ahead and call that. Thank you. All right. That was Ms. Booz, and then that is Abdurrahman Idris.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Getting there. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01788 and 23-0303086. These are City of Lansing versus Abdurrahman Idris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing,
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gearing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defenders Lauren Sutter, standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Abdurrahman Idris, who I do not believe is present today.
All right, we do have a translator, and sir, please state and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Edward, last name Eid, E-I-D.
This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. This was scheduled for 10:30. It's now 11:06. And I know Ms. Sutter's had the opportunity had the opportunity to call the hallway, or at least to look for Mr. Idris. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, given that Mr. Eid had come down this way to help us with this matter, we're going to request an immediate bench warrant.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a couple of concerns regarding Mr. Idris. First is that he obviously is not a native English speaker. This is also a first hearing. There's nothing assaultive here. And then most importantly, my biggest concern here is Mr. Idris has been previously, and I believe fairly recently, found not competent and not restorable. So I have a number of concerns here about proceeding on a bench warrant against him when I don't know that he understands the language, or given his competency status, understands, even if he was a perfect English speaker, what is happening in this case.
Yeah, I'm looking at, he was arraigned on July 6th. That looks like Judge DeLuca.
Yes, Your Honor.
So and I don't have any indication that language line was used at the arraignment. Okay. I don't, but I'm reluctant to reset it, since I just think we're just setting him up for some I don't have a problem resetting it. I just think we're setting him up for a fail to appear again. I don't have a problem with the 48-hour hold. I just don't think I've never had a fail to appear and then we find out that he's been found incompetent, long run incompetent.
He was found not competent and not restorable.
Not restorable.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah.
I've never had that happen before. But I don't know what to do with the file because I've got to do something with it. So Ms. Sutter, what would you suggest? Because we've got to reset it sometime.
Right.
I've got to do something in regards to the bench warrant.
Right.
I just don't know what to do. My guess is to bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. We can reset the pretrial, but I think we're kind of setting up.
I understand the court's concern. I guess, I mean, from the defense standpoint, I'd rather reset there to at least give us more time. The issue with even the 48-hour hold is I don't speak the same language as him. In my attempt in 48 hours, my office, in order to get a translator to try and call him, we need more lead time than that. Yeah.
And we don't have any address for him.
CMH is the only contact.
Yeah, I mean, it indicates on one file, it indicates in large letters homeless. So I don't know if there's a way to
I don't have a great solution here, Your Honor. I'll admit.
I don't either.
I think we're all in a very tough and odd position with Mr. Idris.
Well, let's fail to appear. Let's bench warrant him with a 48-hour hold. I think because of the nature, they're both, one's an open alcohol and one's a trespassing. So we'll bench warrant with a 48-hour hold. And then we'll go from there, understanding it provides a lot of difficulty for your office to get a hold of him. But that will, you may hear something along the lines. At least we'll find out if he's If he's not restorable, then they can PRT him.
Right, that was the finding at the end of.
Yeah, so
2023.
then he may be in a facility. Maybe,
It's possible.
maybe, I don't know. But at least we can find that out in 48 hours. If not, the bench warrant will go into effect, and then I'm assuming that we'll find out when we learn of his location. All right, so bench warrant and bond forfeitures issued with a 48-hour hold on both files. Anything else on 23-03086 or 22-01788, Mr. Gearing?
Not from the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you're all set, sir. Thank you for your assistance today. And then here's the no contest plea on the false info.
Thank you. May I approach?
Have that back. All right, we've got. You tell me.
Yes, Your Honor. Online, we have a couple people who have been waiting for quite some time,
Okay.
including Miss Mercer, who has been on for a couple of hours.
Let's go, Miss Mercer. All right,
And we have a few folks here in the room that's ready.
all right. So,
We're also ready on WIT, when
On-
Rizal
on
represents.
WIT?
Yeah,
correct.
whenever you get a moment.
All right. Let's go on Mercer, and then I know you met with Witt. I just gotta find Mercer. All right, so we're on Miss Mercer, we'll call your case. We're on the record in dockets 24 L2 864 61 62 and 63. That is the City of Lansing versus Samantha Mercer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Miss Mercer, who is joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you can unmute. You are Samantha Mercer.
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial, City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it looks like, from my understanding anyway, that Ms. Mercer has taken care of her insurance and registration issues. Our offer would be to dismiss those issues. So we're talking specifically expired license, which would be 24L 2784362. The expired plate, which would be 84361.
All right.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That's Mr. Gaston's case numbers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
So this is Mr.
This
Miss
is
Mercer.
Samantha
Miss
Mercer.
Mercer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's one off on the list here.
And right.
There's a driving
Oh, there it
unregistered
is.
and 24 L2 864263.
Right.
I believe that is being dismissed. No proof of insurance in file 24 L2 864262 is being dismissed. And then I understand, I apologize for doing this a little bit out of order. The failed to display acts in file 24 L2 864261. My understanding is there's an offer from the city to amend that to a civil infraction of impeding traffic.
Sorry, Your Honor, my finger slipped up a couple of lines as I was looking at the other sheet.
No worries. So that's a fair statement. Is the 6.3 and 6.2 will be dismissed, and then 6.1 will be amended to the civil infraction of impeding traffic.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And impeding traffic is
$135.
130? 135 now. I don't have my cheat sheet, but I do think that falls under 130. They added $5.
Yeah, the default fines went up in June.
That's correct. All right, and you will be admitting responsibility to the civil infraction on behalf of Ms. Mercer, Ms. Sutter?
I will, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so with that understanding, this is for just so we're working from the same ticket. This is ticket 286426 for conduct on May 1st, 2024, and you admit responsibility for your client impeding traffic at the time. Is that correct?
I do, Your Honor.
That comes with a $135 fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the City of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, if you would allow through next Friday.
So let's do. How about through August 9th?
That works, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Mercer, the $135 is made to the city of Lansing, and you have from August until August 9th to make that payment. You can make that payment online, in person, or at the window, or online, by phone, or at the window. All right, ma'am?
Okay, what is the what is the email address or the website that I would go to pay that online?
It's just a look up. I think you can Google 54A and that'll take you to the website.
Yeah, it's on the base website for 54A for making payments. I'll also send you an email later this afternoon with more detailed information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then per the negotiation, 6.3 and 6.2 are dismissed per the negotiations. Is that correct, Mr. Gearing?
Correct.
All right, so Ms. Mercer, you have till August 9th. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We should be all set. Anything else, Ms. Sutter or Mr. Gearing?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll show up when I show up. What's next?
Well, Your Honor, if you don't mind going back to the 9 o'clocks, I did recently receive communication from Miss Alana Callahan in that file. If you'd like to hear the information now or on the record.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I've got that one right here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24 L2858161. That is people, City of Lansing versus Alana Callahan. And appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ms. Callahan. She's not present right now. However, she was on Zoom with us earlier. And if I may kind of explain before what's going on here.
You should, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Callahan was logged in for her 9 o'clock hearing. There's obviously been quite a long gap in time between when she first appeared. She did email Mr. Lee and myself a screenshot of her on the Zoom hearing and advised us that she waited for a couple of hours and at some point was forced to leave to go to work. She has employment that missing work could lose her employment. If it is at all possible for the court to consider a very brief reset for her instead of a bench warrant for this non-appearance.
I don't have a problem with an adjournment, do you?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
So we'll adjourn the pretrial, understanding that there have been a lot of people on the Zoom, and we'll adjourn the pretrial for the following date. She'll get notice of this date. And it was previously adjourned for compliance purposes. So this will give, if she hasn't got it, if not, she can provide you with the information to provide with the city. So we'll adjourn the pretrial to
August 13th at 9:30.
All right. So we'll adjourn for pretrial on August 13th at 9:30. And then if any paperwork is forwarded concerning compliance, we can revisit that date.
Thank you very much.
Anything else for the record on docket 24 L2858161, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, we should be all set on that matter.
And then I also have ready Ms. McKinstry, Ashley McKinstry on Zoom as well as in person. I have Mr. McKinney and Mr. Zuber.
Okay, let's do McKinstry. Well, McKinney's probably been here the longest at 9:30, right? So let's do Mr. McKinney.
McKinney?
Yeah, Mr. McKinney. It's Jerry McKinney. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24016999. That is the City of Lansing versus Jerry McKinney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Joel Garing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee, on behalf of Mr. McKinney, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Jerry McKinney, is that correct?
Sure.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in this matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Sutter for a request.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKinney has been asked to complete a substance use assessment here. He is currently scheduled to complete one this Thursday, August 1st. If the court is willing to grant an adjournment for him to complete that assessment and get that report turned around to us, I would ask 3 to 4 weeks to allow that turnaround time.
All right, and they've given you a date of August 1st? Who's doing the assessment?
He's going through CMH with the Access Center.
All right, so let's adjourn, because I know it takes some time afterwards. Let's go 3 to 4 weeks out.
August 20th.
So we'll adjourn for finishing assessment. And that's scheduled for August 1st. And so it'll be adjourned to August. What's that again?
August 20th at 9 o'clock.
August 20th at 9 o'clock. All right, so we'll adjourn till August 20th at 9 o'clock, so you can get all the paperwork concerning the assessment on August 1st. All right, sir? All right, anything else for the record in docket 2401699, Mr. Garrett?
Thank you. No, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, we'll see you on August 20th. Okay, sir? Thank you. We had Mr. So we had Mr. Witt, we had also Mr. McKinstry.
Ms. McKinstry on
Ms.
Zoom,
McKinstry.
and then Mr. Buford here in person.
Who's the second one?
Buford? I'm so sorry, I'm gonna completely butcher your first
Buford.
name. And close out Buford, Your Honor.
There's McKinstry. And then there's Mr. Buford. All right. Let's do though, and then we'll do Witt as the third. So let's do McKinstry first, then Buford, and then Witt.
McKinstry, Buford, Witt.
What's that?
You said McKinstry, Buford, Witt?
Yeah,
Okay.
McKinstry, Buford, Witt. That's the plan anyway. All right, so we're on the record in dockets 24 L28 5951 and 52. That is the City of Lansing versus Ashley McKinstry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Garing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ms. McKinstry, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you can unmute. You are Ashley Lynn McKinstry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
I believe Ms. Sutter has a request for the court.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you. That's correct, Your Honor. Ms. McKinstry, we had the kind of standard of reaching compliance here for a potential offer in this case. So we'd be asking for 30 to 45 days to allow her to work with the Secretary of State.
Okay, this be an adjournment for compliance purposes. I indicate for the record, this is the first request. So we'll get a new date for compliance purposes 6 weeks out, probably.
I think the time between adjournment and first hearing was quite a bit for scheduling reasons.
I have a arraignment date of July 9th.
September 3rd.
All right, September 3rd at 9 a.m. All right, so Ms. McKinstry, your case has been reset for September 3rd at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with your public defender so you can forward any paperwork that is necessary to the city attorney. All right, ma'am? And you'll have to unmute.
Yes.
All right. So September 3rd at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record? And 24 L2852951 or 52, Mr. Gehring.
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. McKinstry, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I hate to break the scheduling we previously discussed, but in pursuit of fairness, Mr. Love has been waiting for quite some time in the back.
All right. Do you want Elliot Love?
Yes, Your Honor.
So he's here. We had him in person.
There was a slight snafu. Mr. Elliot Love Senior is in custody.
I
He
got it.
accidentally brought him.
I got it. I remember now. All right, Mr. Love, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400329. That is the City of Lansing versus Elliot Love Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Elliot Lamar Love Jr.
And sir, you are Elliot Lamar Love Jr.?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Well, we would request a plea to the charge on this, Your Honor. We do have a possible restitution issue.
All right.
Oh, yeah, actually, I think there was a discussion about amending this to a failure to report.
Okay, so it'd be amended. So what is your understanding, Mr. Lee?
My understanding is that Mr. Love would plead guilty to an amended charge of failing to report.
Failing to report.
And then we would ask the court to schedule a restitution hearing so that any issues regarding restitution be resolved.
And is that failing to report is that a misdemeanor or civil infraction?
That is a misdemeanor.
All right. So the failure to report, it's failing to report an accident, right?
Correct.
And what's the penalty for that? I've got the charged is an act failing to stop at an accident, and that is a 90-day and or $100.
Yes.
Okay.
This is also 90 days and or $100.
Okay.
One of the primary differences being that this charge is not abstracted to the Secretary of State.
All right. 90 days and $100, and then we want it set for restitution hearing?
Yes, please.
So we can, all right. So this is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by 90 days and or $100. And so you have certain rights you have in this matter, all right? I'm going to walk you through each one of those rights, all right? All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent or proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, and you'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading to the amended count 1 of failing to report an accident. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the amended count 1 of failing to report?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to October 27th of 2023. And were you operating a motor vehicle in the vicinity of East Jolly Road and Oak Brook Drive in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at that time, did you have the opportunity to see or were you made aware of an accident that occurred and you failed to report the accident to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense.
All right. I find that the failure to report an accident in the city of Lansing while driving that was made available to the person Were you involved in the accident?
Yes.
All right. And so you were involved in the accident. You knew you had a duty to stay there and report it, and you did not. Is that correct? All right. I wanted to clarify, if he's involved in the accident, that's a different threshold than just seeing the accident, somebody else in the accident. All right. So I find that the factual basis be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I'm going to refer this to probation, and then we'll set it for date for restitution hearing. So go down to the 5th floor, and they're going to develop a report for me. We'll set it, and we'll set the sentencing date and the restitution hearing at the same time, I would think, since they're not going to have a restitution amount. We got to wait for that. But I don't want to just set it for restitution, because I'm not certain. I'm not certain. That would mean I'm not sure what fines and costs would be, because it's a low fines and costs. It's $100. But I'd have to have all the information. So and that should give enough time to get any restitution amount that we might have referred to probation. So let's do both. Let's set it for probate. Let's set it for, so refer to probation, and then set for a hearing, for restitution hearing and probation hearing on the same date, which will be out there a ways, I think.
It will be on 24th at 1:30.
All right, so September 24th at 1:30, and then that would give plenty of time for any victim impact statement or anything to come in concerning the restitution hearing for that date. And then if it's not available, then we'll just go to the sentencing. So go down to the 5th floor, and either they'll make an appointment or they'll see you today. But what they're going to do is they're going to set up a time to talk to them, and then we'll set it for the hearing date and the sentencing date on September 24th at 1:30. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the record in 2400329, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Love. Thank you for your appearance. Want to go on Witt? Oh, we got everybody? All right. All right, Mr. Witt. Ms. McKinstry, I think we've done your case. Let's go on Witt while we have everybody here. Christopher Witt.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2401899. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Witt. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Christopher Witt Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We previously were on the record in this, and your indication was you are not represented by counsel at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you had the opportunity to meet with with Mr. Gehring and the chief city attorney, Ms. Tegan Lawrence, in a breakout room Mr. Gehring, what, if anything, came out of that meeting?
Your Honor, we have agreed to adjourn this matter in order for Mr. Witt to obtain a substance abuse assessment. Giving him some information on how to do that, so hopefully we'll be able to move that along.
Perfect. All right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Witt, that we're adjourning this matter for compliance issues, and they gave you information to seek an assessment in regard to this matter. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, he does have a question regarding his bond condition whenever you have an opportunity.
All right, so we can address that after we set the adjournment date. So we'll adjourn this for a new date for compliance issues, probably 4 to 6 weeks out, I would think. Oh, that's 4 weeks out, yeah. August 27th. All right, so Mr. Witt, we've adjourned this to August 27th at 9 o'clock for compliance issues and anything else you talked about with the city attorney on. And then you had a question on your bond.
Yes, Your Honor. I have a Michigan medical marijuana card, and I was wondering if I was going to be able to make use of that.
Yes, I didn't arraign you, but it appears that, so I will write in for bond modification purposes. If you are able to show pretrial services, it's a misdemeanor though. There's no pretrial services. What's that?
He just needs to send a copy of it to the clerk's office.
Yeah. So what they'll need is the clerk's office will need a copy of the card, and that we'll treat that as a prescription.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the bond modification is medical marijuana can be used, but you'll have to, in order to protect yourself, you'll have to send in a copy of the card to the criminal clerk's office. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Am I able to go in and actually give it to them?
You can actually go to the window and explain and provide a copy of the card in person. You don't have to mail it in if that's preferable. I think that would work also. Just go to the window and explain, this is a copy of my card. It should be placed. I don't know what they do, but they should have it on record so that you're not picked up for a violation of a pretrial bond.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So.
I also have another question, Your Honor.
All right.
I didn't know if it was part of my bond conditions at all. Are they gonna have me doing random testing?
They don't at the moment. Actually, that's a great question because I'm not sure what his bond condition on some level.
I actually do have notes from his arraignment.
From his arraignment?
Yeah, because we appear for every arraignment regardless of
I station. Yep. Do you have anything that?
There was none scheduled at that time. He was advised it could be possible if he was found guilty or pled guilty, but none was scheduled for the next time of arraignment.
All right. So you don't have any testing responsibilities right now. The medical modification has been bond. I would assume that there's no use of alcohol as a part of the pretrial condition. All right, Mr. Witt, do you have any other questions of the court concerning your bond?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. I will see you on August 27th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, I do believe we also have Mr. Beasley here. It's my understanding he's unrepresented. If you'd like me to talk to him while you call some other cases. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah. So if you want to talk to him, and then he needs to clear up. I think he has an FDA from yesterday.
Okay, I think he's here.
All right.
Okay.
And then I think we had Buford. So did you tell me, did you want to go on Buford?
Yes, please.
Okay. And we've got a few others and we've got some people on Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, I think we're ready on a whole bevy of people on
All right.
Zoom.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01907. That is people of the state of Michigan or the city of Lansing versus Cosi Buford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Good, is it still morning?
It's still
Good-
morning.
Good morning, sir. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Mr. Buford, who is standing to my right.
And sir, and correct my pronunciation. It's Cosi S. Buford?
No, Cosi.
So you pronounce the N. Okay, so Nicosi S. Buford. Okay. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement to adjourn this matter for an assessment.
And that's a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is, Your Honor. We'd be looking at all possible 30 to 45 days to allow him to, he's already started one, so to complete that assessment and get the report.
All right, so we'll adjourn for compliance and assessments. That would be 4 to 6 weeks out. So we'll do August 27th at 9:30. So we've set it for August 27th at 9:30 for a continuation that the adjourn this pretrial to that event. Keep in contact with any with the Ms. Sutter or Mr. Lee from the Public Defender's Office to advance any paperwork that you might deem necessary to the city of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 24-01907, Mr. Gearing?
No, sir.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Buford, you should be all set. We'll see you on August 27th at 9:30. We do have a full Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm handing over to Mr. Lee, who I think is ready on a whole bunch of stuff.
All right. And are you ready on Mr. Beasley?
I am, you're up.
It's fine. All right. All right, let's go on this one and then we'll address the warranted file. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02253. That is the city of Lansing versus Johnny Beasley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing or Ms. Hagan Lawrence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan Lawrence, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And you are Johnny Beasley, is that correct, sir? All right, thank you. This is a time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Ms. Hagan Lawrence, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have a resolution in this matter. I have offered that if Mr. Beasley pleads to the charge, that I would offer a killabrew to fines and costs. It is my understanding that Mr. Beasley intends to accept that offer.
All right. So is that a fair statement, Mr. Beasley? All right. So it is, the charge is open alcohol public. I think that's a misdemeanor, correct?
Yes, friend.
All right. And that's punishable by up to 90 days and or $100.
Scrolling, if you give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm just
93 days and or 5.
500.
Oh, that's in vehicle. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, this is open alcohol in a public, and I just have it on the ticket.
pulling the MCL, Your Honor. I appreciate your patience.
No worries.
Your Honor, I believe it is 90 days and or 90 days and or 100.
All right. All right, so it will be 90 days under $100 to plead to charge, and then there's a Killebrew agreement of fines and costs. Is that your understanding, Mr. Beasley? That is. All right. And that's your understanding, Ms. Hagan Lawrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the ultimate penalty, if I wasn't going to follow the Killebrew agreement of fines and costs only, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. You understand that, sir? All right. I'm going to walk you through your misdemeanor rights in this misdemeanor case. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are not represented today, is that correct, sir? And you've had the opportunity to speak to the city attorney, Ms. Hagan Lawrence, concerning this matter, is that correct? All right. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You're giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial today. You'll be pleading guilty to the charge of open alcohol in public park, in a public park, or public or in park, open alcohol in public. Is it your intent today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the offense? All right. You have you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury. All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to July 19th of 2023 at Lenawee in South Capitol. At that time, were you in possession of open alcohol in a park or in public? All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Hagan Lawrence?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will follow the Killebrew agreement. And I will issue a fine of $50, cost of $50. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State cost fee of $50. So it's $225 to the city of Lansing. And this is a misdemeanor, so it'll be abstracted. Mr. Beasley, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Well, like a month.
All right. So let's do 6 weeks. 6 weeks state. September. So it'll be, you can set up your own plan as long as it's paid by September 13th. You should be all set. And then let's clear up this other case that you have. But so payment to the city of Lansing for the civil for the misdemeanor, $225 by September 13th. All right, sir. All right. And then we did have we had a pretrial set yesterday that you failed to appear for.
Yesterday?
Yeah, it was set yesterday, July 29th.
What charge?
It was set for 8:30.
What charge was it?
Set for 8:30.
What's the charge? What charge was it?
It was the assault and battery charge.
I thought they had to come back until September for
that. I have it set for, I don't have anything indicating it's a September date.
For trial and what's it called, the second trial?
Yeah, it was set for final pretrial on yesterday's date, and it was set for jury trial on August 5th.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
And that was with, I just don't remember. I think Miss Wicks had that.
I believe so, Your Honor, but I can double check.
He's in pro per on that too. So you're in pro per on that one. That final pretrial set for July 29th. You're on bench warrant status at this time. You did appear today, okay? So you got that going for you. A bench warrant was issued for your arrest based on your non-appearance. It sounds like that's a misunderstanding of the final pretrial versus the jury trial.
Yeah, that's
The final pretrial is is a final pretrial for the July 29th date, okay? And that's what you failed to appear for, so you're bench warranted. The jury trial has been set for August 5th, right? So
the first one was the second, the 29th and the 5th.
July 29th was the one you missed, and August 5th was the jury trial.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and turn that jury trial into a final pretrial. Okay. And let's pull back the warrant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you don't want a warrant out there for you.
Right.
All right. So I'm going to issue that the defendant appeared. All right. So that's probably not enough time to get the subpoenas out.
I think we should see with August 15th for the final pretrial.
Let's see, but that's the 5th.
Or I'm sorry, August 14th.
That gives her a week.
That gives you 2 weeks. We do the 12.
Oh, I'm looking at the 5th.
I think if we discuss.
I got it. I think the 5th is just 1 week, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so, and we should give her 10 days to get her subpoenas out.
Probably be fair.
Yeah, that's probably the fair thing to do. So it'd be the 12th or the 19th.
12.
Okay. So let's set it you're set for final pretrial on August 12th. And why we're not keeping it for August 5th is we've got to get some time for the prosecutor to get their subpoenas out, okay? But you should be here on August 12th. If not, it'll just be another bench warrant, okay? And to tell you the truth, Mr. Beasley, on the bench warrant that was issued for yesterday, it was 400 cash surety. So I mean, there's on some level, you'd be incarcerated now waiting for your final pretrial. Whether you can make that $400 bond or not, I don't know, but there's a bond set on that. This way, the bench warrant's going to be quashed, okay? And we're going to set it for August 12th. 8:30?
Yes.
August 12th at 8:30. And then from there, we'll set the jury trial. So there's no more confusion. Okay. All right. You'll get a notice from the court officer for that August 12th date. And the prosecutor, that'll give them time to get out any subpoenas for that date. All right, sir?
All right.
And it should say in the box is August 12th.
Yes, that's right.
All right.
I know one of them had 2 dates on it. One paper had 2 dates. That's what confused me.
Yeah, the 2 dates. The final the box is checked. So you received this notice and it had 2 dates. One was for July 29th was the final pretrial. The other one's jury trial for August 5th. So, so we've cleared it up. Just be here on August 12th. All right.
Okay.
All right. And then I'm going to quash the bench warrant and you should be all set. All right.
All right.
You can do whatever you want with that.
Okay.
With that.
Thank you.
All right. We have, who's next? All right, Mr. Johnson, we'll go on your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-01996. That is the City of Lansing versus Joseph Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joseph Johnson.
And sir, you are Joseph Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I can hear.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
I believe we're going to be setting this for trial, Your Honor.
So we'll set, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll set for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial will be set for. Do we need a final pretrial? It's up to you.
I don't know that we necessarily.
Mr. Lee?
I don't, who is the complaint, or is the complaining witness going to be a police officer?
I believe so. Let me see. It was furnishing an information to a police officer.
Yeah, I would say we probably should set one.
All right.
In that case.
Okay, final pretrial set for August 13th at 8:30, and jury trial set for September 3rd at 8:15. All right, so Mr. Johnson, we've set the final pretrial for August 13th at 8:30. Jury trial set for September 3rd at 8:15. Anything else for the record in 24-01996, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Johnson. We'll see you on that August 13th date.
Okay, would I get this as a message?
What did you say?
Would I get this as a message?
You'll get, you can, on the final pretrial, you can appear by Zoom. You'll get notification sent to your last known address with the city.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Then we have Mr. Otieno.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2850031. That is the City of Lansing versus Anthony Otieno. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Anthony Otieno.
And sir, you are Anthony Otieno?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I will go ahead and defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Otieno has submitted some paperwork to the Secretary of State. The process for him to get his license back is going to involve him appearing at a hearing. That is the nature of the paperwork. So he submitted an application to get a hearing date from the Secretary of State. He has not yet received that date. We're asking if the court would indulge an adjournment to allow for the possibility of him getting his license reinstated.
All right, is there a hearing date set by the Secretary of State?
No, not yet.
All right. Well, I will adjourn for compliance, but it's probably the last one because we've adjourned 1, 2. This will be the third adjournment. Some of it will just depends on what happens coming out of the hearing date. But I will adjourn for one final time. To adjourn. Compliance. And this will be the last adjournment. We'll set it for 4 to 6 weeks out. August 27th at 9:30. All right, so Mr. Tenyo, we've reset it for August 27th at 9:30. That most likely will be the last date it's reset for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in 24L2850031, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Otenyo. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have a
Lauren knows some. She actually suggested we didn't know the purchase. Because a day ago.
That's fine. Yeah, we can put it on.
Right, so are we ready on Duncan?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24011688. That is the City of Lansing versus James Duncan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of James Duncan.
And sir, you are James Duncan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have offered Mr. Duncan the opportunity to have an adjournment today so that he can complete some sort of a driving improvement course. Once we receive information regarding the successful completion of that course, we would talk about other issues.
All right, and that, so how long, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then how long are we looking for that, for the adjournment for the driving course? 2 to 4 weeks?
I don't know. Lauren, you might have an idea of how quickly they're getting those in.
The highway safety seminar is usually pretty speedy. I would say 3 to 4 is probably fair to get signed up for one of their sessions.
So we'll do 4 weeks out?
27th.
August 27th at 9:30 is seems to be a popular date. So August 27th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 24011688, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Duncan, you're all set. We'll see you on August 27th at 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who's next? I have Jones is an F. Is Jones here? Without an FDA.
Isn't that done?
Oh, I don't know. No.
Mr. Gaston, you can unmute. And Mr. Gaston, you are not represented today, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. I applied for a public defender and was turned down.
Would you like the opportunity to speak with somebody from the city attorney's office in regards to these 2 files?
Yes, I would if possible.
So what I'll do is I'm going to put you're going to get a prompt to go to a breakout room, and I'll put the city attorney or a representative, Ms. Hagan Lawrence, you're in room 4, right?
I believe so.
I've got you in room 4.
Perfect.
All right, I'm gonna put Mr. Gaston in that room.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Gaston, you should get a prompt to go to room 4.
All right, I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then on the iPhone, could you please identify yourself? On the iPhone, could you unmute and identify yourself?
Antoinette Lopez.
Okay, Ms. Lopez, you're here for your 10:30, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, stand by and we'll call your case in a minute.
Okay.
Who's in post 3?
I think that's Mr. Morris. I don't know though for sure. It should be Morris.
Lauren Morris?
Yeah.
We also need Mr. Gregory Taylor, but
Gregory Taylor here.
he's incarcerated. He's supposed to be on Zoom. Is he also supposed to bring? They just haven't, they're
No,
swapping
that's
him
not,
out.
I know what Gregory Taylor, that's not.
Gotcha. Okay.
I
Just
don't
have to
know,
mark
I
him
know
out.
what he looks.
I don't. All right, so I have Ms. Lopez
Yes.
and Mr. Morris, and then who did you have, and did you have Rodney Terry?
Yes, he's one of the ones I'm handling today. I have not seen him yet.
All right,
I'm gonna jump online on Zoom and I'll talk to you one whatever word you want.
I'm sorry, I was listening.
So you got Lopez and Morris. I need to speak to them. I'm gonna go on
Okay.
Zoom.
Okay.
did we do McKinstry already?
McKinstry, yes. There are a series of what I think will be FTAs that we could go through and then.
You want to go, let's do
assess
the
from there.
FTAs. Do you want to start with Jones?
Certainly.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-02384, 22-02943, and 23-03509. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Dizelle Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring, Your Honor, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter standing in for Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Dizelle Jones, who is not present at this time.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 9:30. It is now 12:07. And Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding in the matter? I do not believe the defendant I believe the defendant has failed to appear today for the pretrial conference.
We would ask for a bench warrant, Your Honor.
So there's a request for bench warrant bond forfeiture. I do have failed to appear previously on every file, I think.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Sutter, any comment?
I'll leave it to the court's discretion here. There are certainly some lengthy FTAs here. Our office was actually in the midst of withdrawing for lack of appearance when he did reappear. We currently have no good contact information for him. Both Mr. Lee and myself reached out via email and phone call last week. Numbers out of service, no response to email.
All right.
Bring the rest out.
So we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on all three files. That's 22-02384, 22-02943, and 23-03509 for non-appearance of Mr. Jones. Anything else for the record on any of those files, Mr. Gehring?
No, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, we should be all set on those three. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L284362 and 61. That is the City of Lansing versus Eddie Gaston. Appearances for the record, Ms. Hagan Lawrence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Lisa Hagan Lawrence, here on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Eddie Gaston and you'll have to unmute.
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gaston, you've indicated you are not represented by counsel and you met with the representative of the city attorney concerning this file. Is that correct?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hagan Lawrence, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is our first time seeing Mr. Gaston. It's his first pretrial. In between the time he received the ticket and today's first pretrial, he has corrected both issues. As such, the city would move to dismiss both files 6-1 and 6-2.
I believe they were written on a citation, so I don't think we need.
All right. So this will be dismissed without prejudice for compliance purposes. Right, everything's done.
Everything's done.
Yeah. All right, so Mr. Gaston, this is dismissed without prejudice, but realistically, it's dismissed for our purposes today. For compliance purposes, the city has moved to dismiss, so you should be all set, sir, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else for the record, Ms. Hagan Lawrence?
No, sir.
All right, you're all set. Thank you,
Thanks a
Mr.
lot.
Gaston.
Yeah, you have a great day.
You too. All right, how about Taylor's in? How about Hall? We do Alexander Hall?
I have not seen him this morning.
All right. Let's go ahead on Hall. So on the record in docket 2401671, that is City of Lansing versus Alexander Hall. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Hall, who is not present.
All right, this was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 12:11. It would appear the defendants failed to appear for pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
We would request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
I'll leave it to the court's discretion here. This is a trespass, however. I know that Mr. Hall wasn't present last time and the court did a courtesy reset to today, so I'll leave it to the court here.
Yeah, I'm running out of options for Mr. Hall since I don't know how to get him here because he is homeless. He doesn't have it. I mean,
Yeah,
he doesn't have an address.
He was really great at appearing in the beginning of his cases,
Yes.
and then I think he's struggling financially, and we've lost a little bit track of him.
All right, so I'm going to indicate the defendants failed to appear and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. And then hopefully we can get Mr. Hall here and we can figure out the case at that time. All right, so that's a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued for his non-appearance. Anything else for the record? 2401671, Mr. Gehring.
Not on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Lee, did you need to meet with Ms. Lopez or you had already met with her?
Still need to meet with Ms. Lopez, Your Honor.
All right, we can bring back the jail then. So Mr. Lee, you can probably go back to room 1 and I'll put Ms. Lopez in room 1.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Your Honor.
I just got to make sure he's not in there. I don't know if they're gonna. Let's release him there. Let's move him to room 2. Room 2. iPhone to room 2. All right, so Ms. Lopez, we're gonna move you to room 2. And Mr. Lee, you should get a prompt to go to room 2 or join room 2.
Okay.
I can't seem to get the right. Remy Lewis.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 21 of 22-02237. 23-02950. 21-01173. And 21-02635. That is the City of Lansing versus Remy Lewis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gearing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Lewis, who I do not believe is present at this time.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 12:15. It would appear that the defendant, Mr. Lewis, has failed to appear. I do not see Mr. Lewis in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the waiting room. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
We would request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sutter, any comment on the request for bench?
Just to note, Your Honor, these are all driving cases, no allegations of violence here. However, it is not the first failure to appear, so I will leave it to the court.
All right. So there have been probably, I think I have a fail to appear on 3 of the 4 files.
I believe that's correct.
At least 3 of the 4 files. All right. So, and they are all traffic offenses, but the court will issue a bench warrant. TFTA bench warrant bond forfeiture for the non-appearance on the files. So a bench warrant issued on each of the files. Anything else for the record from the city, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutton.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Then we have Mr. Lee is talking to Ms. Lopez. Mr. Terry.
He is mine, Your Honor. I have not seen him
All
today.
right, let's go ahead and call. It's Lopez. Morris. About Boyd, is Boyd yours?
Yes, Your Honor. The same. I have not seen him this
All
morning.
Boyd there. All right, let's call to the record docket 23-02274. That is the city of Lansing versus Cedric Boyd. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gearing on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter appearing today on behalf of Mr. Boyd, who I do not believe is present.
All right, this was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:18. I do not see Mr. Boyd in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the waiting room. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
We would request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. This appears to be a very first hearing for Mr. Buford. It's not, it's a non-assaultive case. It's a driving unlicensed. I would ask the court for Boyd. I'm so sorry. I believe I did say Buford. I meant Boyd. I'm looking at the right case, saying the right name.
That's all right. That's a lot of files.
Man.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, this is for Mr. Boyd. This is a very first hearing for him. It's a driving unlicensed case. I would ask the court to consider a courtesy reset or a 48-hour hold on any bench warrant.
I will place a 48-hour hold on the bench warrant. He has a previous fail to appear, but that was for arraignment. That is usually mailed out, so I treat that a little differently. But we'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. It is a traffic offense, so it's a nonviolent offense.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 23-02274, Mr. Gearing?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right. And then let's go on Mr. Terry. Yeah, he's got a few files and a few FTAs. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02086, 24-00964, and 24-01687. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Rodney Terry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the city.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearing today on behalf of Mr. Terry, who I do not believe is present.
All right, this was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:20. I do not see Mr. Terry in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or in the waiting room. And based on the representations of counsel, it appears that Mr. Terry has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
We would request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. In these three files, this appears to be the very first hearing for Mr. Terry, who just arraigned on the 15th of this month. I understand he may have another history of non-appearance with the court. However, this is the first time to appear in these files, and they are 3 trespass files. I ask the court to consider a 40-hour hold here.
Right, these are 2 new on 2 of them. On one of them, though, I have a failed to appear on June 4th. And we placed a 48-hour hold on that. And then it looked like he failed to appear at the arraignment for that. And so with this court, he's got some non-appearance issues, not on 2 of the files trespassing, but on the 3rd trespassing, at least 2 failed to appears. So I will issue on all of them, as done in the past, we'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. It is a trespassing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so on all 3 of them, DFTA, bench warrant, bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. It's been the court's experience that Mr. Terry can be really hard to get a hold of at times.
Yeah, he's a patient of CMH, so
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so that's all for the record on docket 24-02086, 00964, and 01687. And then we have is that Mr. Taylor? All right, so go ahead. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01770 and the accompanying tickets. City of Lansing versus Antoinette Lopez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Antoinette Lopez.
And ma'am, you are Antoinette Lopez, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Lopez?
I sure can.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement here for an adjournment so that Ms. Lopez can take care of some of her issues. I'll defer more to Mr. Lee on that matter.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez reports that she contacted the Secretary of State and was advised that there was a potential hold on her license from the state of Missouri. We are unclear as to why that would be. I've asked her to circle back to the Secretary of State and get something in writing that would help us to clarify what issue the state of Missouri has with her license, because we are not aware of anything outstanding or pending there. In addition, she has registered the car. She's got insurance on the vehicle and will provide those proofs before the next hearing.
All right. All right, so we'll adjourn for negotiations to continue in compliance. Please provide any paperwork for the next hearing to your attorney, Mr. Lee, and then we'll set it. We've got to figure out what the out-of-state hold is, but we'll set it for 4 weeks from today's date for compliance purposes. So let's reset it for the date of August 27th at 9:30.
August 27th at 9:30, was that said?
That's correct, ma'am. August 27th at 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
And you should get mailed to you notification at the last known, at your last known address, and the court has that as the Waverly address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we've reset it for August 27th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in docket 2401-770 or the accompanying tickets? Mr. Gearing.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yes, thank you.
And then it's Mr. Morris. I don't think, do you want to reset Taylor? I don't know if they're going to bring Mr. Taylor.
If he's in custody?
Yeah, I just don't, I'm banking on him. If we don't have him by now, we're good.
Right.
We're in trouble, I
And I
think.
don't think he has any control over whether he's able.
And he's
to-
been bound over into the circuit court in a felony, so this wouldn't.
So this isn't the.
This isn't the thing.
This
holding
isn't,
him, no.
yeah, this isn't the big thing on his plate. All right, so let's go on the record in docket 2401-560. That is City of Lansing versus Lauren Morris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Lauren Morris.
And sir, you are Lauren Morris, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Morris?
I can hear you, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pre-trial in this matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement on this one to reduce this to a civil infraction if there is an agreement to waive the defective ticket issue.
Mr. Lee, is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is a fair statement, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's reduced to the civil infraction. And what is the civil infraction on this?
Breach of the peace.
Breach of the peace. And I think that comes with $150 fine. I'm getting them confused. So that comes with a $150 fine. Mr. Lee, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client for the breach of the peace civil infraction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we're working from the same ticket. This is for occurrence on May 26, 2024. A ticket number 245-190-4927. And at that time, you accept responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Well, and so does your client, it comes with a $150 fine. Misdemeanor trespass. And does your client need some time to make that payment?
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll put it 60 days out. That's the 30th. So give me September sometime.
September.
Okay, September 30th. To the City of Lansing. All right, so Mr. Morris, I don't know what your situation is, but you should have to pay to the City of Lansing. The fine is $150 of the civil infraction, and you should pay by September 30th. You can create your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by the 30th, or else you'll get caught in a bench warrant cycle. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 2401-560, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll set on Mr. Morse, and then let's go ahead and reset Mr. Taylor. I just don't think I think. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-639. That is the city of Lansing versus Gregory Taylor. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Joel Garing, Your Honor, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Greg Taylor.
And then I will indicate my understanding. Mr. Taylor is incarcerated. They were supposed to bring him over, at least by Polycom. That was at 9:30. It's now 12:30. I would assume that we're having some trouble getting Mr. Taylor put on Polycom or brought over. And so we'll reset the pretrial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Gearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll reset the pretrial for new date August 13th at 9:30, and the defendant was not put on Polycom. So reset for August 13th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 2401-639, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. I think that winds up the morning and a little bit of the afternoon.
Thank you.
You're all set? Thank you, Mr. Gearing, Ms. Hagan Lawrence, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. We'll see you at 1:30.
You as well.
Good day.
Good day. Yeah.
So,
You have a restitution hearing? Is that the? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back for that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Or did you get the document I sent?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Awesome. Yeah.
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 Should be. That's fine. But 98%. Yeah, well, so cool. Now what you come from?
State police, actually.
So you were there and then you got into law.
Well, no, actually, I've been a lawyer since 2000, so I met outside from there. So got into, I was an ALJ for employment during the recession. And all the reasons that I did in-house counsel for school board association. And I sort of involved in human resources.
Yeah, it's worth on this, huh?
So then I ended up at UPenn doing labor relations, state police doing labor relations.
Gotcha.
And then
They still had court today.
Let's see what's the step.
Got it.
City attorney's office can use some good people.
Get the restitution hearing, and then the rest are.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the work you guys do.
And you got, Lisa Hagan Lawrence. So.
You know what? When you got a home run hitter, behind you, all you gotta do is get on base.
All right.
Let's see you this afternoon.
Thank you, Judge.
Bye, Judge.
See you later, guys. It was nice. I thank you for that court summary. Of
Oh,
the
you're
rules and
welcome.
stuff. I got that. I looked that over. So that's very helpful.
Perfect. You're very welcome.
All right, you two have a good day.
Thanks, you too. We'll see you next week. Actually, lost time where we were. What we won't have is a good lunch. My phone's been going off. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.